Hello there, everyone. So then, sorry, I'm still kind of getting things figured out on my end real quickly. There we go. Yes, hello everyone, and welcome to... Hi there, Lanius. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We're in the major leagues, fellas. We're in the major leagues. I was told I needed to stream this, so I'm streaming this now. Good old world cues. So, I have this set up so I can keep track of everything. And the way I have this is it's honestly a bit jank, but if I hide this real quickly, I'm going to be crossing off the quests as we go through them. So like, oh, next ship to Shale. Hold on, let me get my cursor selected. My little cursor. Little cursor. Oh, it's stuck on overlay. No. There we go. Crossed off. Yeah, you may need to because I finished Shadowbringers last month, all the post patch, and now I'm going to be starting up Endwalker. So this is going to be fun. Go ahead and welcome to Ul'dah. I have letter, so I need to go find a delivery Moogle. What is going on over here? Okay, it's somebody just mashing the fucking guitar. Very loud in Ultros today. Should I take you all over the Balmong? No, I'll save you that trouble. I forget, where is the delivery Moogle's over here. Take all that. They're nice people. Ah, yes, all of the nice ERPers. I can guarantee you, we go to Ul'dah on Balmong. We're drowning on Zelaria though. Oh god. Now, before we go, we do need to head over to Limsa and make sure our good friend is still alive and well, because there was a maintenance and he was most likely kicked off the servers. I know about the Balmong quicksands too. We don't talk about the Balmong quicksands. We don't talk about the Balmong quicksands. You want to talk about the place full of people? Limsa Laminsa on Ultros is where it's at. Nope. Give it a sec so people can load in. There he is. Good old tank program. I love that man. That is all he ever does. He just sits there. Good old tank program. Nakugane, where are we heading? Rivenstall. Oh, jeez. Alright. Yes, I know. I haven't done a lot of the blue quests, but I am saving those for when I'm doing all classes. You must return to the Rising Stone. Gil is Gil, that is true. There we go. So, here is everyone. I'll give you a quick rundown of my character. So, I main Samurai, which is what we'll be playing for the most part of this. She's already level 84, so I'm pretty good in that regards. I will be off maining Gunbreaker. It's just kind of like I've just been enjoying playing this for a little bit. It's 3 DPS in the trench coats. You can't go wrong with 3 DPS in the trench coat. I might also start leveling Reaper, just because it is the expansion class. You're a warrior on your main. That's good. Warriors are always nice, but I do need to go back and level my Reaper up to 80 for Endwalker, because she is only 70. I do have Paladin, but it's stuck at 60. Why am I dressed like this? It's probably right. All my Shire gear is yeah. My Paladin is only level 60, so I'd have to play quite a bit to get to the level I need for him. Dark Knight. Dark Knight is very, very low level. I'm only 37. I need to level this more. I also have Rogue unlocked, which, again, need to level. Red Mage as well. And you can see all my glamours are kind of shit because I don't play these other classes. I play my Samurai mostly. So yeah. I'm just waiting for some files to transfer so I can clear some disk space, and then we can start this up. You also have low drip. Well, the idea I had for my Samurai was she very much took the Warrior of Darkness motif, and that's what she ran with, so that's why she has the very dark clothing as well as wearing the swordlets and then the evil sword. So it's what I ran with for the most part. You do have Power Rangers. Oh gods. Let's see. Thancred, Urianger, Grahatir, Stinian, Alize, Yashtola, Alphino, and Tartaro. Oh, I don't see Kryle here. Oh right, she's over in Charlian right now. Alright, you guys can see my display. Whoops. You weren't supposed to see that. Yeah, I'm just waiting on some file transfers. And then once that's all done, we can play the game. I suppose I can open up the Twitter. Oh yeah, I guess I can do this real quickly. So I'm already opening up Twitter. Hold on, I just want to make sure I understand what Jack is saying here real quickly. Yeah, people are so stupid. I'm gonna be real. It's re not a retweet, but a tweet from somebody I follow retweeting something from Jacksepticeye where he's talking about the Resident Evil 5 being remade, which it honestly should. It should get a graphical update as well as some enhancements to the gameplay. But a lot of people are like, "Oh, you can't do that because they're all black and shit." Like, where the fuck are you going? This isn't the middle of Montana and you're going to go and shoot an ethnic minority. No, you're going to Africa and you're shooting African people because you're in Africa. Hot take, if you go to a country and start shooting the people there, you're it's also extremely dumb because they're all zombies basically. They're all just zombies, so I don't know why they're so concerned about shooting zombies. All right. All right, there we go. I can now empty out this folder. No. And there we go. We have 100 gigabytes to start this with. All right, let's begin this. I'm not going to read all the dialogue. I refuse to. There's too much, and my voice is not trained for that. Yay! Speaking of crying, I was told I was going to be doing a lot of it. I was already kind of teary uh, finishing out the post quest for Shadowbringers. So, let's see how well this does for me. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Teleports. Limsa Limensa. Suffering because 14 won't let me play because I'm in. Let me in because of a DDoS shit. I'm sorry, Karax. I'm sorry to hear that. You just got the. Damn, you're already at Stormblood? That's impressive. Real life, this game hard, I bet. Oh, man. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, that's the bit of the downside there. Just gonna go through and get rid of all this shit. Yeah, but I mean, at least you only have to spend one price to get both DLCs. And not to mention... Yeah, which... Alright. Feel free to look around. I'm just cleaning up my inventory before I head off to fucking Charlian. Clean all this shit up, make it into... Put it all into one nice little place. Drop my materials here. There we go. Nice, cleaned out inventory. Nearly 2 gil in my pocket. But yeah, at least it is one of those things where you only have to pay for one DLC. And I mean, hey, $60 for 2 DLCs, that isn't too bad. Especially since what is it? The base price for 14, or the base price for Dawn Trial is $40? Yeah, it's $40. At least for me, it's $40. So it's not like you're spending a lot extra to get it. Yeah. And the fee is non-refundable. Oh no. Yeah, I'm hoping to finish this before Endwalker comes out. I'm hoping at least I'm hoping that by the time I'm done with this, and I'll be done with post-patch and MSQ.
They've almost finished loading our cargo.
Fair enough.
We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Because you need the pretty fuckboy for every MMO game.
Oh,
and that has to be
really?
Thancred.
Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Also, I'm going to let you
Will
in
this
on
be your
something,
first visit to Charlemagne, Sir Estinian?
Carax. Do the Crystal Tower shit. Do the Crystal Tower shit before you hit Shadowbringers.
Sir
Trust me.
Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I know, but there's story stuff related to that
I'd rather
you should definitely
dispense
play.
with the sirs, especially in private company.
Oh,
Or I'll be
really?
forced to respond
I did
in
not know
kind,
that.
Little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell's-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Oh, poor Tartaru. I see, I see.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
All aboard for Charlian. Get your asses in the Twitch.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Emmett?
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Old Charlian. I should honestly go back and replay through ARR since I kind of skipped over all of it.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal. After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Okay then.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
The Northern Empty, Old Sharlian.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
I'll be real, I wasn't expecting that voice to come from a
See how it
LvL.
glows. That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Those two will probably be the hardest to get through.
Alphino LvL.
And Alize LvL.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House LvL's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
What if I just tell her I'm the Warrior of Light? Oh god. It's one of these three. Sure, we'll do Adventurer by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Oh no, Estinian. Oh no.
If you'll allow me...
Hi, Kryl.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Oh, good old Kryl. Alright. First quest done. That was easy. Just sat around and watched a bunch of fucking cutscenes. High Durium Katana. Yeah, it's kind of nothing. All right. That's fair enough. Same old Estinian. Sharlayan awaits. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasures of eating one myself. Oh, I can't trade. Oh yeah, there's the message saying the servers will be shut down for all worlds. I think the US already had their maintenance because I think we had it early in the morning. It's been so long since I've had to attune to an Aetherite. Go ahead and set this for now. Archon's design. Oh, there's a thing over here. Up. There we go. I'm the only person in queue. There we go. So, like I said, I haven't progressed whatsoever. I got onto the game early this morning, like very early this morning after the maintenance was done, just to confirm that like I was still here, I was still in my place. Oh, there's not that many aetherites here. Fair enough. That's the Olivia estate. Oh my god. Okay. That's a name I don't know how to pronounce. Mr. Edgelord over here. Okay. Oh. And there's Urianger.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Fantastic. Youch. Sorry, I was pulling dead skin off of my fingers. Ooh, I actually quite like that. Is that dyeable? It is dyeable. Hello, I'm currently streaming. Oh, that's a shame. I was hoping that would be more dyeable. Oh well. And what game is that? Lies of P?
Bingo.
You could have just said Lies of P. Yes. It's fine so far. See you later. I will now wait. So if I'm really silent more than normal, it's because I'm reading. They summon Zodiark. Terrifying. Wait at the location once more. Okay. Go ahead and mark that quest on off. Oh boy, I can't wait to go and get myself a nice, big, juicy, cheesy bacon. Fucking hell, I hate curry for that. Cheesy bacon. What was that man thinking? Maybe Alizé. Well, that guy was a bit of a douche. At least she was kind about it. Ugh, I skipped it. Give me the uniform, come on. Tea set by the water. Tea set by the water. Omelet for a female here. And a fucking a lobster for Makote. Well, that's not much of anything. Okay. Wow, the people of Charlian really are out of touch. Oh, am I still set to Fractured Thrones? Whoops. There we go. I made a mistake there. See doodles. I like your outfit. Interesting. Thank you, Alize. Oh my god, my man's returning to his shift. My man's returning to his shift at the cafe. That's hilarious.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Labyrinthos?
A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, That knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Okay. So what, we just swim in? And that is another quest marked off. Alright. Before I continue on... Oh, what was I going to do? That's right. I was going to go and run and make a quick snack to eat. I'm going to go pop some popcorn real quickly. Yeah, hydrate and food. So, I shall be right back. Fix my backrest real quickly. There we go. Fix that. Turn you off. There we go. I am now back. Now if I can reach to my bowl without spilling it all over the place, because it is a very full bowl. I see you, Mike. I see you, you fucking assholes. Well, I'm gonna do something real quickly. Fucking come all the way over to my server from Balmong, you assholes. No, I saw Mike too. I saw you both as you were running by. Can't run away from me. Jackasses. Fucking doing all the way over here, my god. Yeah, I saw you. Yeah? Yeah, you gonna see her while what fuck with the Stola? Degenerates, the lot of you. Oh, God. Couple of fucking jackasses. Fucking coming into Ultros, invading my fucking server just to fucking dick around. You're only here because of the FC in the house. God. Oh, God. Also, unfortunately, I was already spoiled by Labyrinthos. I was told what it is. I have yet to actually see it. Wait, what do you mean? I'm about to go down there. This is the quest where I go down to Labyrinthos. Motherfucker just walks over here and just salted earth me. Oh my, come here. Come here. The fuck you, I'm gonna RP walk. Even though I'm still faster than Alize. Bethesda syndrome. Oh, now we run. Okay, fuck you, bitch. My long ass bunny legs will outbeat yours. Can't believe the two of you. Shut up! Follow me like a fucking set of lost puppies. We'll actually slap the two of you. Oh my god, not you two. I'm terrified. See ya.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
What the fuck?
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, A profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge. A growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
The Northern Empty Labyrinthos.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Jesus.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
Cryo?
Did you call to me just now?
What? No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
I love the LvL little walk. You guys are dickheads, you know that? Fucker 1 and Fucker 2. God. Also, I saw him. A certain specific little companion. They'll most likely be accompanying us over to Dawn Trial. This motherfucker over here. At least he looks like him from the fucking trailer. Where the fuck are you guys going? You know, I'm so happy cutscenes in this game aren't in game. Did it? Well, you guys know what to not mention because I'm streaming. Excuse me, sir, can I help you? Asshole with a cart just try to run me over. Also, what are these little things? The little things with the red coats and white wigs? Okay. Can I help you? Oh, come up there and bitch slap your dick. You want to try that again? You want to try that again? Got you. I love being over leveled for unsynced jobs. Don't you have a shield? And it makes your shield invisible? Huh. Rat sack.
Oh, you're picking up a rat for that. It runs away.
I don't like how it shakes its fucking ass. No. leaving me out here to fight all my shit alone. I just realized the name of the fucking quest. Glorified rat catcher. I will skewer you on my katana. There it is. Yes, I got the fucking rat. I can't fly. I can't fly. I will dismember you limb by limb. Eat my exhaust. trial? It's not the Echo. Fuck you. They're following me, aren't they? Yes, they are. I only see Mike. No, you won't. Bitch, you're riding a dog. Out here actually trying to enjoy the expansion, and then I have these two assholes with me. Momo, look out, you're about to get ran over. I see a fucking frog. There's a fucking frog with a cane. There's a fucking frog with a stick. There he goes. Frog! No! The frog is gone. Alright. Considering how late it is, I think 4 quest lines is good enough to complete. With that being said, I thank you all for coming out and joining me tonight for more stream and making a few quick adjustments. There we go. Back at it again at Krispy Kreme. Pretty sure it tuned already. Yes. Alrighty then. Okay. Chatbert? Oh no. The frog! Look at little frog. Look at little frog with a stick. Little frog man with a stick. Look at him go. And he gone. Okay, Aether Compass still works down here. Oh, it's Aaronville. What are you doing down here, friend? Oh boy, more of the shooting minigame. Got it. What was that expression? The mouth went, ah.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Got one.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
It's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations.
Yay! Welcome everybody, welcome. Thank you for the raid, Kay.
Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Damn.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
I like Annabelle. I don't know if that's suave and kind personalities that I
Well,
like.
turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
I'm doing all right. How are you, Aaron? Aaron? No, it's just Aaron. Is it Aaron or Aaron? I don't know. I'm bad with names sometimes. Aaron, understood. Why am I walking? I should be using my regalia. Healer for short. Understood. Hey Cregan, how you doing? I'm okay. I completely forgot. I need to prepare my quest list. Ugh. Come on. There we go. Not the bad headspace, but better than before. That's good, at least. Have I done the yokai event? I have not. Can't even wear it because fucking bunny. Three weapons left to get. Well, I know I have plenty of time considering the DLC comes out in 2 months. So maybe before I start post-patch, I'll get through the event and play it. The mithril crab. The mithril cap. What kind of fungi creature? I'm honestly surprised to see that the yokai event lasts so long and be as big as it is. But then again, it is Final Fantasy XIV, and people will play anything related to Final Fantasy XIV. I mean, my God, you remember back in, like, what was it, China or something, when they released the KFC crossover event for, like, I think it was like a black chocobo or something, and people were literally making up raid logic to fight their way through the thing because it was just so much food in like such a short time frame. Yeah, including Fall Guys, which, I'll be completely honest, if it wasn't for what they look like, I would definitely be interested in some of the Fall Guys clothing items because they look like they are very comfy, but I don't like that they just have Fall Guys all over them. Yeah, that's true. God, I never want to do the golden saucer jumping puzzle ever again. I played that game way too much to get my regalia on the first time through. Would you look at that? We made it out without a hitch. It's... Yeah. You're never done at the gold saucer. You always go back. Let me close some stuff down in the background. Sorry, little garlic monster. I must kill you. Oh, that's a big AoE. The grapes. The grapes. The no longer low poly grapes. Post game MSQ. No, this is Endwalker itself. You know, it's actually very funny because this is my first time going down into Labyrinthos. And yet it's not my first time either. Allow me to explain. So I'm part of a Final Fantasy XIV roleplay in VR chat. And it's really fun to play. And yesterday we just took a nice little dive down into Labyrinthos. Trapped to the ground with buns. Oh god. Those look like oranges. Also, apparently this place is so big it has 3 aetherites. That is insane. Interesting. Why is the forum being so secretive, even to its workers? Stray tomato, stray Corrigan, stray onion. No, I don't want to kill you, Tomato Man. Tomato Man, you are in my way. Nearly died to vegetables. Huh?
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change color. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Thanks, big man.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Good luck with that.
Isn't that the entrance to the Arcade? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Trial?
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Trial has been acting pretty strange ever since we got down here.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
It's another quest down. Man, fuck the stairs. Yeah, I'm a bunny. We have strong legs. Hippity hoppity, my little toads. Wait, hold on. I have been enfrogged. I have been frogged. Alpha Toad and Alpha Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. Love how my cat is still learning and following me. I do not want to learn the way of the toad. I do love how my cat is still following me around, though. I've been leapfrogged.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
He knows.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Fair enough. You know, fair enough. That is another quest done. God, yeah, look at that. Nou, man, you'll see it, Sammy. Fair enough. The reason why people want him. Does make me wonder why Kryle was so enamored by those flowers. I'll do as Yustola said and go check out those flowers. I am loving that they're doing a lot more talking cutscenes.
for you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Ooh.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you.
Oh.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
And that's Alize.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Yeah. Like, that'll take us anywhere.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
I think, lore-wise, they're still considered teens. Oh my god, Kryl has her little hood down. It's been so long. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen her without her hood up.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. loose in our city. These warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, What would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Good number of the forum voted.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Who is that woman up there, and why does she look like me? I did notice something amongst all of that. Something was preventing one of the 4 members from speaking. He was going to say something, but then abruptly stopped. Almost choked on his words. No kidding. Okay. Sure. See you all back at the annex. Come, you two. Let's go say hello to your mother. as much of an annoyance he is at the moment, he honestly sounds like a generally good man. It's just whatever this duty is prevents him from being that way.
Welcome home,
my lady.
Very beautiful estate.
What? What are you gawping at? Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't I? Ain't like I ever been in a mansion before.
Is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. "'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits."
Oh?
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Just like you.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Huh? Oh.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House LvL commissioned artistry.
I like their mom a lot more than their dad, that's for sure.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Volk, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, raiders. How are you all doing tonight? Let's actually take the Aetheryte instead of having to walk all the way to the other side of the island now. I'm also going to do this. Must be under system configuration. Now, where is it where I can change my keybinds? There we go. Go back in here. Confirm, cancel, escape, and confirm. There we go. Oh, hi, Adbert. How you doing? Hello, Volk. Yeah, now I can... Oh, no, that's gonna need to get changed as well. Welcome back, Cregan. Sorry, I'm just clearing keybinds so I can actually use my fucking so I can use my emotes without having to worry about accidentally hitting something. There we go. And done. I can now close that. And we can start up on Thancred's mission. Everything okay there? Everyone's got drama here on Charlian. Or related around to Charlian. I will say, thanks to the hard work of a few dedicated people over at the Final Fantasy XIV RP, we have a fantastic map made up for Old Charlian. Test subjects, oh no. Yeah, that's kind of a concern. Right. Well, it's time to travel with fucking untested Aetherites.
We're all set.
God, her voice is so squeaky.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
She's also
wait,
British.
If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Welcome back. We're about to travel through to an unattuned aetherite.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Wait, hold on. Ethereal sickness?
What?
Oh no. That's funny.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Huh. I feel fine.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Okay, not so fine.
What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Oh my god, please. Oh god.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
I'm done.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
We're all done. We're done with this questing bullshit.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh no. Oh god. At least I was the quickest to recover. Stop him. Oh, there he is. Oh, man. He was about to drop 20,000 gil for 3 drinks. Thy hair. Yeah, I can see that now. Never give the never give the extra goon a fucking or not extra goon, ex-Ishgardian knight money. Also, this place, very pretty. I love the colors. I need to get more mounts. Can't wait to see the rest of it then. Oh wow, Edgelord McEdgelord and his Edgelord chicken. Hmm. Fruit that's sat out for too long. Travelers not wanting to come by simply for the fact that the tower is there now. Port is very lightly active. Okay. Hmm. Its sales have been terrible. Oh, I think I was supposed to cross that little man bridge there, or man-made bridge. I mean, he was right there. You could have just yelled at him. So I'm not one to typically do G pose. I want to see. Is there not a way to, like, change my emote? Nah, fuck it. See if I can do it. Thud, 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 thud. Should we go with the quirky salesman or be kind and greet first? I'll do greet first. Yes. All that time making sales and peddling things to people in FT has paid off finally. I've made my first fish shell in Final Fantasy. Fallout 4 keeps crashing with mods. That's a big rip. Damn it. I didn't make the sale. Oh well. Hey there, Yuri. Ah. Sorry I couldn't make the other two. I made one, but I didn't think... Yeah. Ooh, I actually kind of like those. Another quest down. on Torgal. A good boy. Well, that's not what I wanted to press. Portals. That's a fucking elephant. That's a big ass fucking elephant. Why are there so many big ass elephants? Might as well. Fish. Okay. Hmm. Woo, level up. Sure, okay. Fuck off, you fat bird. Oh no.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Oh. Beer.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Wait, what?
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
What did you...
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Stydian, please, don't pray for him. Help him.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
I don't want Stydian violated for science.
I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Please do. I'm very curious to know and would like to say Stydian. Too late. I swear to God, if I go in there and I see a Stydian strapped up in bondage gear, I'm gonna yell. I'm hoping Estinian is okay. A hydrate? Alright. I think I'll use the trust system for the most part at the moment, but I have yet to actually do any dungeons. A little lamp, this thing can move. One last test. Another quest done. Sure. I will say, Mike, at some point I may need to have like you or Fulma just take me around, and so I could pick up all the Aether Currents. There she is. Very pretty. Now that's a city if I've ever seen one.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Completely! Without the satrap and his line, Radzad Khan would not exist. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces.
Together they defeated the war like Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I will say, I do like their outfit. Oh god, it's this asshole.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
And Daniel, the body he inhabits, all of it. He's just a fucking dick. Man, I really don't feel like walking. All right. The La Raz. That's another one done. Of course. Birds. The fucking position in which you sit, my god. And it doesn't help that I'm wearing a long, like, dress. My man's being abducted. There be the outpost. I kind of like their armor. Okay. That man just jumped off a cliff. There he goes. It looks like he has a friend over there. Oh, I don't even have to travel there. I get a dodo again. God, it's so stupid looking. Is that a giraffe? Oh, that's honestly very kind of you. Thank you. Wait, hold on. Why am I traveling like this? Nope. There you go. Big old stack of rocks.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Estinian, thank God you're okay.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Fandaniel.
What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me or knock me senseless.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Well, God, he's flying away so slowly. What a fat fucking bird to use as a mount. Now I assume that I could just ride along this beach and make it all the way to where I need to go. That indeed is something I would call a walrus. First time they use the word orgy. I mean, when you're explaining the end of the world where one person wants to die and take everyone with them, yeah, that's what I would call it.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
You sure that's a good idea?
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps.
I don't like this. I don't like this whatsoever. She's way too close to that tower.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
No. I knew it was a bad idea. And Daniel. Damn this bastard.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Fandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Start making sense.
Armor
At your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter, we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you.
Emmett?
For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
He's gone.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Yeah. I knew it was a bad idea. Well, that'd be the next quest done. I guess the best option would just be to follow this road then. A duty just dropped there. Or a fate.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Rads at Han.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude. I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Estinian?
He hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Dragon.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sonra's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz Athan.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wit.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Athan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
True.
I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Harn, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Well then. So I can't even go back into the city. They let me go into the city, and then they don't even let me stay in the city so I can attune to the Aetherite. Yeah, that's great. Alright. Before we start the next quest line, I am going to be right back. I'm going to go and see if I can't catch some food real quickly.
Your time in Thafnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, Carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostela, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodora by a considerable margin. If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetheryte at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Thus you want aether sickness. I do need to check one thing real quickly from in a Discord server. Okay. Also, for anyone who's wondering, why am I not immediately picking up the blue quests? Because I am on a bit of a time frame. I need to get through the entirety of Endwalker and the post patch in less than 2 months. So I'm going to focus on doing the MSQ. Once I get the MSQ done, I'm going to pick up all these little quests and do them as well. Am I winning? I hope I'm winning. Oh, there, Zero. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I understand that, my friend. I understand that greatly. Oi. We must prevail. And thus we have our first duty. I feel this is a reasonable enough party. Plenty of Garleans to fight through.
You cannot stop us!
You underestimate me!
Prepare yourself!
Oh hey, yeah, that is Nadia.
You're mine!
New ships come to life. That's great.
You're mine! My turn.
I was on tank logic there for a moment. I kept pressing my 1, 2, 3, thinking I needed a heal. No, damn you, Gunbreaker! You've corrupted my mind to tank stancing.
cannot stop us!
The youngest of the three sisters. Great.
You're mine!
Damn Mask of Healing. That sucks. Those are Imperials?
You're mine!
Zot Umbrel.
You're mine!
I have you now.
Why am I being targeted? I don't know why I'm being targeted. I don't want to be targeted.
You're mine!
Ooh, a treasure coffer. Ring of Aiming. Can't even use that. I don't like how this entire tower is very fleshy. It's like I'm inside of some kind of giant beast. God, even more big uglies.
I have you now.
And the middle sister.
You cannot stop us!
Ouch. Damn it. I couldn't hit third eye quick enough.
You underestimate me!
All right.
You're mine!
Time to work on getting my stickers back.
You're mine! You cannot stop us!
can actually wear that. My fucking level goes down. Rip.
You cannot stop there!
What am I about with some ads, and then we can take on the final boss?
You cannot stop us! You're mine!
All right.
show! I have you now. You underestimate me. I have you now. Let's give them a show!
You're mine!
You underestimate me!
Done. Shit. And then Estidian rejoins us. I gotta. I got a fucking mechanist weapon and that. Oh, that doesn't look too bad, but I don't think I'd ever use it. I'm gonna consider this quest done now.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Quagmire?
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
I like her outfit. What is she, a ninja? Yeah, I doubt that. I fucking, Wait, what am I doing? $100 is a small price to pay to not have to fucking cross this damn desert. Also, sorry if you can hear the clinking of my ice and my drink. Oh! Oh, no, okay. I was supposed to go to the city. I'll be honest, I did not fully read what Thancred was saying. I heard him say something. I remember reading something about a detour to the Great Work to pick up Graha so he doesn't become an experiment. I guess I didn't read that he was making a detour to go get Graha. Nah, I don't wanna. Cool. How does one disable an aetheryte? I honestly thought an aetheryte was something that was just kind of always, you know, there. Oh, hey, there's a talking spot over here. Such a lovely city. Stupid little birds. So eerie seeing fucking other VRs that are like super close to how I look. But then again, I guess that's what you get with the limited customization that this game gives you. True. Graha.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
"'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
True.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee. it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
God, this game just hits right in the feels, man. God, I'm still tearing up.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. all of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it. Look at that. Its color is completely changed. What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
So can I attune now? Nope. So I saw your message and just didn't get the chance to say it, but you have a good night, Cregan. Still need to collect the aetherite, but I guess I have to wait for that. At least in the meantime, I can fully attune to the rest of the aetherites here. Charlian, here we come. And then a quick descent to the annex. Ooh. I guess I am actually taking a rest. And there we go. Let's turn back to gray.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Okay, atta girl.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh. One last cup of tea, then. Dickens said this brew helps relax the mind before bed. And gave us some leaves for free.
Xenos.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Okay. Well, if I look it up real quickly. Yep, I was right. That is the end of the main quest line for 80 to 81. Next is 80 to 83, or 82 to 83. Which is looking like it's going to be an interesting one. But yeah, with that being said, I am going to go ahead and... She's back. I am going to go ahead and pop off for a minute. Also, I like this room. It's very nice.